Good morning, colleagues. I am Sinazo Kala from eThekwini Municipality, and I'll be taking you through this breakaway room this morning. May I please request that we just give it 5 more minutes? Some of our speakers are battling to connect onto this breakaway room, so we're just assisting them on the side. So let's start at 11:05. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. I think we will now be making a start. We have majority of our speakers on this meeting with us, and our technical team is adding our outstanding speakers onto the group as we speak. So good day, colleagues and fellow planners. My name is Sinazo Kala from eThekwini Municipality in the Development Planning branch. With me is my colleague Anele Gomonde, and we would like to formally welcome you to the Breakaway Room 2 of this conference, where we will be focusing on planning and economic development. Here, we will be investigating how true we as planners are to co-production in our plan making. Community involvement in planning has been a key theme over the last decade, but it is important as planning practitioners to investigate the degree to which we are true to co-production in our various institutions, especially in terms of when co-production takes place, because where it begins will determine how meaningful the process will be. Therefore, the question we need to ask ourselves in putting together our planners and as decision makers is, do we go to the community with preconceived plans, or do we come with a blank slate? How are these relationships fostered, and how is the trust built between us and the communities which we operate with? We have brought together experts that will unpack the importance of increased community involvement, social cohesion, as well as the role of all parties in spatial planning and economic development in planning. Our speakers will be looking at real examples across the globe that unpack and highlight where communities and governments have worked together to deliver sustainable plans. Our speakers will be unpacking key learnings, the challenges and the learnings that can be shared going forward. I hope you will find this discussion stimulating as well as informative. Just to note, we have dedicated 15 minutes between each speaker in an endeavor to try and make the session as interactive as possible. So we really do invite you and encourage you to not only ask questions, but also to share some of the challenges you have faced, some of the opportunities you can share, and most importantly, the lessons you have learned in your various institutions. So without further ado, let me hand over to our first speaker, who is Professor Uwani Celius. She is the head of School of Built Environment at the University of Technology in Sydney, Australia. Among various accolades of hers, Professor Celius is the chair of the Women in Planning Network of the Commonwealth Association of Planners, as well as an advisor to the board of ISOCON. Her research expertise pertained to planning of sustainable cities, nature-based solutions, as well as community engagement to enhance quality of life. Over to you, Professor Celius.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the warm welcome, and it's so nice to share the virtual office with all of you today. I'm just going to share my screen. Are you able to see that? Can anybody give me a nod if you're able to see that?
Yes, Prof, we're able to see it. Proceed.
Okay, I see it's on a PowerPoint, so we'll see if we can go. Oh, it's not on a PowerPoint, it's a PDF, so we can see if we can go through on this, but it's fine. Yes, so I will have my 15 minutes on a topic that I called We Build the City, and it's about transdisciplinary approaches towards sustainability. So I'm joining you all the way from Sydney. It's currently 8 o'clock in evening here with us, so I might not be able to join until the end of your session, but I'm very fortunate to share some thoughts with you all today. So just to start, this is not a new statistic. The world population on the 5th of November, we had almost 8 billion people. Now, the South African Planning Council have a very good quote that says spatial planning considers people and how they use space. And I think for us as urban planners, you know, that's a daily increasing challenge, because with almost 8 billion people, it means we are considering how this 8 billion people are using space and how we can best plan our cities and towns and regions in order for this people to have a livable environment and in order to create a sense of sustainability. A little bit just putting it into perspective, to get to that 8 billion population, it means 384,000 babies are born each day. So it means 3 babies are born per second. All right. So again, for town planners thinking about schools and houses and roads, again, 3 babies per second is increasing our challenge with a lot of new babies every day, and a lot of persons occupying our cities, our environments. Of course, we see the impacts here in terms of urbanization. Maybe just a statistic about urbanization. So they say in Europe, it took 110 years to get from a 15% urbanization level to a 40% urbanization level. In Africa, it took 60 years. So it was almost half of the time that it took in Europe, it took Africa to get to that 40% urbanization. So it means we are urbanizing twice as fast as what we've seen that was happening in Europe. So again, we sit with this increase of population, and we sit with all these urbanization challenges. And how do we deal with this? How do we plan economic development? How do we create livable cities with this growing challenge? What we see in many instances is development occurring, mostly over our green areas, and it's an irreversible and a very fast pace created by this pressure to host all of these people. There's 3 babies that are born per second. We have to host them somewhere. So we see a very rapid development rate occurring. Again, this has an impact on our cities, on our urban environments. And we sit with housing backlogs. So again, putting it a little bit into perspective, the housing backlog in 1994 in South Africa was 1.5 million. In 2018, we sat with a 2.3 million backlog. So we are not winning. We aren't providing adequate housing. Our gap, our challenge is growing every day. Just another statistic to show the impact of this is in terms of congestion and what we see in our cities. So in Johannesburg, it was estimated that in 2018, if you were to live in Johannesburg, you were to lose 119 hours of your life stuck in traffic. And that was already 3% higher than in 2017. So each year we see this traffic congestion figures going up, people spending more time stuck in traffic because we've got more cars, more people to accommodate. Just in terms of air pollution, they estimated almost 1 million lost working days due to people taking sick leave as a result of air pollution. So again, sometimes we're not always translating air pollution to the health impacts, but if we can just for one moment stand still and see what our cities, what's happening in our cities and the effect in terms of people, in terms of economy, in terms of sustainability, it's got a severe impact. So that's why they say air pollution is this invisible killer that we have to deal with. And then, of course, an image that is not unknown in most world cities is the pollution. And the number of cities dealing or facing this rapid pollution problems is actually really worrying. So this is a global challenge of where are we going with our plastics? What are we doing with it? Where's our recycling plans? Where are our sustainability and development thinking in all of this? And then, of course, in terms of water treatment, so currently they say the average use per person in terms of in the world is 173 liters per day. In South Africa, that figure is 235 liters per day. So we are using far more than the world average, but only less than 40% of our water in South Africa is treated. So although we have this high consumption, we aren't able to treat our water to be able to provide safe, healthy water to our communities. So this is again an increasing challenge that we sit with. And then we talk about sustainable development goals and where would we be by 2030. And I think we're far from that reality. If we have to take a photo of our Earth and what's currently happening, we're quite far from that sustainable reality that we are aiming for. So how do we change it? Where do we start? This is an interesting book. It says Planning for Disaster, and then it's how you should actually plan for not having disasters. But in a way, we've planned these disasters. And why I say this is, if you have a look at a typical area in South Africa, it's very, very full with housing, population. And can you see very little green spaces there, very little trees, very little natural areas. This is not only in South Africa, this is across the globe. Here's another image of a high density development in the US. So again, very little open space, very little green, very little nature. And this is the result. We see a lot of flooding, we see a lot of natural disasters occurring. This is becoming a more obvious scene across global cities all over in the world. And this is a direct result because we are developing and we are not protecting our environments and our natural spaces while we are developing. So we basically have these two scenarios. I think we are all aiming for the image on the right-hand side, but in reality, we are heading for the image on the left-hand side. And in a way, we really need to prioritize our environment, our green spaces, our natural areas, as part of our economic development plan. Otherwise, we will surely not be able to hit that sustainable development goals. The thing that was very worrying for me is whenever we sat in council meetings or had a new proposal or just reflected on a future development plan, we were often told that green, like green spaces, natural spaces, green is a luxury and we've got more pressing needs to attend to. And while it might be true that there's more pressing needs, we need to get people houses and schools and cars and all the basic needs, we tend to say that green is also a necessity. Green is not a luxury. We need green in our cities in order to sustain life. But the green is disappearing, as I said before. So this is a satellite image of Potchefstroom in 2013. On the left-hand side, and then 2017 on the right-hand side. And on these images, you can just see the trees and the green areas disappeared. So you can basically go have a Google image of most places in South Africa, most places in Africa, then you would see this similar trend. The sad thing is the green spaces is really this lifeline that support our communities and that can provide us with so many benefits. Here's just a summary of some of the benefits of green spaces, of having nature included in your plan. So the first one is, they say, or it was actually proven in research, that if you live near a green space, your property is 26% more valuable than an area that is further away from that green space. In terms of depression, research found that people had 42% lower rates of depression whenever they were in contact with nature or living near nature. The other one that we often forget is noise pollution. And they say that if you live in an area near green areas or with a lot of trees, then you have 50% less noise pollution. And again, this is not something that we as urban dwellers might think of on a daily basis, but in a couple of years, being exposed to that noise in your urban area can really have a health effect on you as an individual. And then in terms of the heating of our cities, there's two images here at the bottom just showing the difference in temperature, a city without trees versus a city with trees. And they say it can almost be a 30 degrees Celsius temperature change if you have nature included in your cities or not. So now we go to the air conditionings and we try all these man-made solutions to cool down our offices, but essentially we should have just brought back our nature, reclaim our nature in our cities to address all of these, or some of these problems that we are facing. So in a way, while we are developing and while we know that we need to develop to go forward, we also really need to understand that we need to prioritize green and our nature and our environment while we're doing it. And there's some good examples across global cities that we can see the greening of buildings. Here in Sydney, actually, we have a couple of buildings coming up that is similar to this image, with a lot of plants on all the different levels, that has good benefits, that can really be considered an urban solution. This is an example in the Netherlands, where they prioritize the green areas by linking different areas across highways. So it's a different approach to prioritizing and planning green, but we are at the point where we really need to do this. Our greatest risk at this moment is that we are running out of time. We are developing at this immaculate pace that's irreversible, and 2030 is almost upon us. So we've got very little time to get this right. A quote that I often like to repeat, it says, "The next half century represents our last and our only opportunity to get urbanization right." So within the next half century, most of the world will be urbanized. Majority of populations will live in cities. So we've got half a century to understand what are we doing in our cities and where are we accommodating people. And if we now choose to develop at the expense of our environment, of nature, we will never get that back. So we would really need to be careful about how we go about the next half century. So in a way, I feel like urban planners is the superheroes that's called upon to say, we need to get our cities to the sustainable development goals. We need to prioritize livability. And the way we can do that is to prioritize green, the environment, while we do our economic planning, while we do our future planning. We have to have that sense of nature-based solutions. So towards greener cities, how do we get there? How do we convince people that nature is valuable and we need to prioritize it? So this is also a quote that I like to repeat. It says, if you really think the environment is less important than the economy, try holding your breath while you count your money. So we can plan all we want and build all the great cities we want. If it's not livable, we aren't on the right path. This image is of Johannesburg. Some of you might recognize it. And for me, it's such a great image to see the rainbow coming down onto the green areas. And they say that's where the pot of gold is, right? Under the rainbow. And I think for our cities, this is true. While we need the development and we need all the infrastructure, we also need our environment, our nature-based solutions, our green infrastructure. And then just to close off, as urban planners, we are building cities and we should be the ones protecting our environment, should be the ones that protect our communities. And for me, this is the main thing spinning urban planners, and it is whatever good things we build end up building us. So if we can now create an environment and a future city that has adequate nature in it, that sustains life, I mean, that is also to benefit us as individuals. So whatever good things we build end up building us. And I hope that it will challenge you to think in every development plan that you come across, to prioritize nature, to think about these benefits that nature provides us, that we can actually give to our communities if we just think a little bit creatively about how we plan and how we can include nature in our development. So that's all from my side. I'll stop to share now. And yes, thank you very much. Do I give back to the chair? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. That was a very insightful presentation indeed. Colleagues, we encourage hands, and if you are unable to speak, please do drop some messages in the chat. We are reading and monitoring the chats as we continue, as we proceed rather. And I think, Prof, while we wait for the questions, or rather encourage the colleagues in the chat to engage, I think just from our side, in the plenary session, one of the colleagues did emphasize a lot at looking at everyone in the process as an asset, and that being the core of effective co-production. So what I would like us to go into very briefly is some of the strategies or co-production methods that can be adopted in order to reach the sustainable goals that you were speaking about and to build greener cities which prioritize nature. So perhaps we could discuss that while we wait for some of the hands.
Yeah, sure. So what we've seen is communities prioritize green spaces, actually. If you go out and you do some participatory planning, it's usually the communities that would opt for these green spaces. It's often the urban planners or the authorities that thinks there's other priorities. They won't necessarily, choose that. But we've been actually surprised with how many local communities came to us and said, well, yes, we do recognize we need a new road here, but we would really like to have a child-friendly space. That is a nature-based area, that is a safe park for our kids to play. And this was across various socioeconomic gradients. So I think it will strengthen our case for green spaces, green infrastructure, if we have a participatory approach, if we get the community's input and buy-in, and because they're the ones using these spaces and that will benefit from it. So in a way, yes, I do believe you go into the communities, you sensitize them to say, what's the value of green spaces? I think often people do not know. We take it for granted, and we often think, we know about the normal environmental benefits, rainwater retention and, biodiversity. But we don't often know that it's actually got economic value as well. It can enhance your property value. It can be beneficial to your health. And I think if people realize how beneficial green can be for them as individuals, we'll have much more pressure to actually provide these qualitative green spaces for all our communities.
Thank you so much, Professor. We don't seem to have any questions at the moment, but please do drop some questions in the chat box. We'll be able to respond to them. If not in between the speakers, then definitely in the closing remarks by the speakers. Thank you, Professor Ioannis, for the lovely presentation. Our second speaker was due to be Professor Yekin Senusi, who's currently having some technical difficulties in joining in on the session. So we'd like to invite our next speaker, Ukhomoto Tolamo, from the South African Cities Network, to present next. So in terms of a brief introduction, Ukhomoto Tolamo is from the South African Cities Network. She's a program manager for productive cities, and her work is focused on rethinking urban economies, efforts towards job creation and skills development, as well as creating an enabling environment for vibrant and resilient informal and township economies. Over to you, Ukhomoto.
Thank you so much, Sinazo. Please let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Yes, we're able to see it, Ukhomoto. Thank you.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you to the planning team for inviting myself as well as the wider South African Cities Network to participate in this session. As Sinazo mentioned, my name is Ukhomoto Tolamo, and I'm the Program Manager for Productive Cities at the South African Cities Network. So by way of background, I'm certain colleagues in the room are aware of who the South African Cities Network is and what it is mandated to do, but so I'll just breeze over this quite quickly. So largely we exist to support a network of cities through research, collecting and collating, analyzing information as well as data to support them with achieving some of their broader strategic objectives. In today's particular discussion and with my particular program, it's along the conversation of economic development. So we do this through peer-to-peer learning, as I mentioned, our research agenda, as well as supporting the programs overall, and also around advocacy to various tiers of government, as well as other international organizations. We're very much rooted in the IUDF, as well as the New Urban Agenda and the SDGs, and we rely on this in order to support cities with engaging around urban development in their respective contexts. We do this through 5 programs, as you can see here. Well-governed cities, which supports urban governance and municipal finance. Productive cities, which is the one represented today, which speaks to rethinking urban economies, especially within the context of COVID and other shocks that cities, economic shocks that cities have encountered. Also along the job creation agenda, as well as skills development, and lastly, informal and township economies. We also have focus areas along inclusive cities, sustainable and resilient cities, and innovative cities. Our ways of engaging, we take an all of society approach to how we engage with supporting cities. We also very much appreciate that, no one understands their context better than cities themselves, as well as residents of particular cities. So we greatly emphasize an all of society approach, as well as a co-creation approach to supporting cities. Now, to get into today's discussion, with respect to, just thinking a bit around the conversation around co-production, as well as economic development, how might we engage with cities themselves better? How might we engage with city residents themselves better in order to ensure that the plans that are put forward as it relates to economic development are reflective of both the aspirations of the city, the aspiration of individuals, and the aspirations of those participating in economies. One of the areas where there might be a significant amount of friction is around the informal economy. So I thought it might be a good area for all of us in this discussion to reflect upon. So in one of the International Labour Organization papers, they speak about how muting the voice of the informal actors in the informal economy has impacts within labour markets, within society at large, and also might undermine how we're able to leverage the informal economy to support economic growth agendas at a city level. So what do we know about why does I mentioned that this might be an area of friction, but in our context, in the global South context, in the context of sub-Saharan Africa, what's the scale of the informal sector and why does it warrant this much attention? We know in the South African context that the informal sector might be a bit less, the scale might be less than the rest of sub-Saharan Africa and the global South. But we also know that due to the high number of individuals entering the high number of individuals who are at the age where they are supposed to be entering the formal labor market, compared to the number of jobs that we're able to create. We know there's a mismatch there. So we know a lot of individuals would go towards the informal sector because of how they're able to create or generate an income through the informal sector. We know that it's important to enabling food security, access to other basic services and amenities such as housing and education. And we also know that the informal sector is not just restricted to SMEs, but also there's informal work and so forth. The enormity of it across the continent is that it's estimated that there are about 80% of jobs across the continent are within the informal sector. And in the context of South Africa, the last StatSA numbers were in the realm of there being about 3 million individuals deriving or generating their income from the informal sector. Last year, FinScope completed their the South Africa SME survey. They presented their results earlier on this year. And from that, they just with regard to SMEs operating in the informal sector, it was estimated that they generate about 147 billion, and those SMEs employ about 3 million individuals. As I mentioned, the array of sectors they're involved in, although a large majority is within the retail and trade, there's also some informal activity within manufacturing, construction, transport, finance, and social and community services. So what cities themselves have an appreciation of the extent of the informal economies. If you do a very quick desktop review of, the nature of unemployment, of informality in cities, you'll see that cities are also starting to track or provide estimates of the number of people who are generating their livelihoods from the informal sector. And what we can see across most of the cities that was report on this, that they're also seeing a gradual growth in the number of participants in the informal economy. This would be in line with the decreasing number of people employed within the formal sector. So considering the above, the past slides we've just gone through, we are comfortable in acknowledging that for cities themselves, there's an acknowledgement of the value of, well, firstly, the scale of the informal sector, the value and contribution of informal work for households themselves. But how does this then translate to how planners, how cities engage with the informal sector themselves? We know that there might be generally a breakdown in communication. We might find that some of the thoughts would be that people participate in the informal economy because they want to avoid taxes, they want to avoid complying to certain standards and regulations and so forth, whilst other schools of thought might say that individuals rely on the informal sector because it's a safety net, because they would end up in extreme poverty if it wasn't for the incomes derived from the informal sector. So what we can conclude is that depending on which side of the fence one might lean towards, how we perceive the informal sector will translate in how we engage with the informal sector in its entirety, as well as the people who derive their incomes from the informal sector, as well as the interventions that we might put in place to engage with the informal sector. So again, doing a brief scan of, very quick scan of what cities' strategies, what some of the IDPs speak about when they speak about the informal sector, you'll find that a lot of it speaks about allocating space for informal trade. Allocating space for informal trade, different types of cities investing in infrastructure to support informal enterprises. Some of it there are chambers or forums put in place to engage with the informal sector. But largely we find that apart from some cities that speak about improving integration into value chains, improving integration of informal traders into value chains, largely some of the interventions that are put in place speak very much to organizing forums for discussion and then providing informal spaces for informal trade. We know that, driving through our respective cities, that given the large scale, even referring back to the slide that spoke about the amounts generated in the informal sector, that these interventions may not provide the mechanisms to fully derive the value, the untapped value that sits within the informal economy. So some of the ways, just extending on that bit, that if we were to cluster some of these interventions, we might find them clustered in around either direct controls which could be the carrot or stick. So you either penalize certain behavior or you incentivize certain behavior while engaging with the informal sector. Or they could be indirect controls, which speak more towards a change of behavior. How could we improve the social contracts between economic actors in the informal sector and planners and cities themselves? What might be clear is that at different instances, both might be required in order to support cities with realizing the type of outcomes that they imagine to derive from the informal economy. So in this regard, we know that South Africa, one of the benefits that South Africa has, which might be owing to our history with trade unions, is a very strong capacity to organize. So there are various associations and organizations, coalitions that represent the informal sector. And however, how we see this having come to play with the interaction between state and these alliances is from the front of national government. So a few years ago, the National Department of Labor signed onto an agreement that encourages transitioning from informality to formality, which is largely around the International Labour Organization's Recommendation 204, which places a strong emphasis on encouraging dialogue. I'm sure we can share the slides so you can go through these bits on your own, but what it emphasizes greatly, as I mentioned, is around social dialogue. It also has a strong emphasis around organizing, encouraging organization to ensure representation of informal sector actors at different platforms. It also advocates for undertaking assessments so that there's a contextual understanding of the informal sector and the avenues, the various trajectories for formalizing. But unfortunately, where this is silent is around where do cities and planners, what role do they play? So I think there's clarity around understanding the scale of the informal sector, that it's important to put in place recommendations as well as avenues for developing the informal sector. But in respect of this particular case study, you'll find actors around the table that exclude planners. So what does it mean for that engagement? Because what the activities of the informal sector happen within local government. The first interaction point, the first area of regulating the bylaws that determine where and how the informal sector would engage would be with local governments themselves. So what type of challenges does it create for planners where you have all parties around the table, except for the parties that are largely responsible for ensuring implementation of some of these ideas that you'll find some of the national spheres having committed to. So what is interesting with this particular case study, as I mentioned, is the fact that there are informal sector organizations, just to recap the ones on the left, that are already forming part of discussions where there's already an understanding of this is how, if we were to engage with this particular association, how we could map the trajectory of growth between where you are now as an informal enterprise, for example, towards formalizing. However, when we engage with some of these recommendation areas, what would have been ideal is that you find them translated within various city strategies, so that there is stronger, so that there's clearer engagement between the expectation of the associations represented within the informal economy, as well as what planners and what cities say they will provide. So just to recap on some of the recommendations, again, there is strong, because of strong associations, coalitions, and so forth. We seem to have the right ingredients around engaging with the informal economy, however, and we also seem to have, but there is sort of that disjuncture between those ingredients and how you package them so that they're translated at the city level. So the recommendations themselves do acknowledge that they're informal workers that are represented across an array of sectors, as we saw in the slide that was speaking to the various sectors that are represented within the informal economy in South Africa. As I mentioned, there is so they would, in this case study, there's a national task team that's been established that includes engagement between national and the various associations that I spoke to and more. And it also speaks to that there's a collective bargaining forum between, there was conceptualization of this bargaining forum between two cities, but the extent to which it has actually been realized and implemented is quite muted, or perhaps there isn't publicly available data that speaks to the extent to which it's been implemented. So there is also some talk towards possible local government interventions as it relates to this recommendation, but still largely not a lot of it being communicated at the city level itself. So what does this mean? That, you know, when we look at, are we engaging with communities and bringing solutions, that are we going to communities with solutions, or going to hear from communities and then employing the solutions that they have in mind? I think it's another important perspective to look at it from, when we say there are forums of engagement or areas of engagement that may exclude the voices, or only intermittently include the voices of local government, of planners and so forth, and cities. So how do we narrow that gap to ensure less friction and less unmet expectation between communities themselves, in this instance, those participating in the informal economy, as well as some of the development plans that cities would employ. So as a last slide, what I'd like to put forward is that as we encourage coordination, the coordination is not only explicitly between local government or development planners and communities themselves. There's a whole other world that's impacting upon activities of the informal sector. So it's important to encourage coordination around the world of stakeholders that are involved within the sector. So also around improving communication and transparency. This will strengthen communication between local government and the informal sector. Another area that could be investigated is around demystifying the informal sector. And this is something that's well within, for example, that might be within a city's capacity to undertake an assessment of what is the nature of our particular city's informal sector, and is what is required as an intervention actually developing more areas for trade, or could other areas within the informal sector, for example, informal construction, informal manufacturing, be supported towards formalization. This also speaks to charting a mutually beneficial trajectory for growth that speaks to encouraging benefits for local economic development, as well as social protection strategies. And lastly, creating an enabling environment through bylaws and regulations that speak again to what we mentioned earlier around incentives, compliance, as well as enforcement. So all in all, this is to say that as we think about the world of co-production, it's not exclusively between person A or actor A and actor B, but that there's a whole world of other actors that might be involved. And that there also at times cities might find themselves in the position where there are engagements that exist beyond their realm or outside of their ambit that greatly impact on them. And it's also necessary to engage with how cities could be brought in, even at the conceptual space, at the conceptual level, when these type of engagements are being undertaken. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That's it from me.
Thank you so much, Khomozo. Wow, what an insightful and thought-provoking presentation. I was taking some notes as you were speaking, and there's just so much to comprehend in that. I particularly loved your opening statement, which stated that muting the informal community undermines economic growth. And this is particularly important in the African context, because as we are, as planning practitioners, we're aware that the informal labor market constitutes a large part of our economy across the various sectors. What was also particularly thought-provoking is that you outlined that there are various forums in place for engagement. There are laws in place, and we have the correct ingredients as planning practitioners. Now, the issue comes in putting those ingredients together and being able to produce, co-produce, co-plan, and co-deliver these plans with our various informal economies and the various stakeholders and players in the community which we are serving, who the plans are aimed at. So colleagues, we will now be taking some questions for Ms. Tolamo following her presentation. We don't have any questions at the moment, but I think also just from our side, I feel like we as the facilitators are now asking all the questions, but just for some insights, you mentioned the various interventions that are in place to engage with the informal sector and the informal trade. But we were just interested in getting an understanding of how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected, or rather what challenges have risen as a result of the pandemic, given the limitations in terms of engagement with the informal community. Because as we're aware, not all informal traders or informal sectors have access to platforms like this where we can openly engage and interrogate the topics that we want to discuss. So I just wanted to get a bit of sense in terms of what are the challenges that have been faced with engaging and implementing the various plans with the informal community in light of COVID-19. Thank you.
Thanks, Sana. So that's a very interesting question. And, and I can answer it, I think, in two ways. One of the greatest challenges and what this around creating a contextual understanding of what your informal economy looks like is that first, there might be databases that exist that say because people have been given trading licenses, but we know that that doesn't cover the full picture of all the people involved in the informal economy. One of the greatest disadvantages to informal workers is that there is no things like unemployment insurance doesn't exist, things like, so when people were transitioning to working from home, some people were being retrenched and so forth. There was a level of certainty that, I may not be able, either my salary will be reduced or I won't get as much as I was anticipating, or I'm waiting for my pension to pay out because I've been retrenched. But with informal work, it's a reality of there is no work, no pay. And what we saw, there was largely a lot of food insecurity because informal incomes are so erratic, so intermittent, and the use of them is largely to meet day-to-day needs. So although some informal workers may participate in stokvels, for example, I was speaking to a colleague who does work with stokvels, and they spoke about just the number of people who withdrew their savings from stokvels just to make it through the pandemic. So even though some people may be involved in informal saving mechanisms like that, those saving mechanisms are largely for things like, if there is to be a funeral in the family, I can withdraw from that. But a lot of people found themselves having to withdraw from their stokvels so that they could meet the day-to-day incomes that they weren't able to generate while being on lockdown and so forth. We also know that a large number of people participating in informal trade, for example, are women who would be the primary breadwinners. So the impact wasn't just, for example, Khomotso, who is no longer able to go sell vegetables in the city in Johannesburg, but on households themselves. We also saw that there was a large number of school dropouts, but we haven't fully investigated whether the people who have stopped going to school are people who have relied upon incomes generated within the informal sector to actually continue studying. So I think the greatest impacts, just to summarize, have been around informal savings, have been around just food security and overall meeting basic needs. And yeah, let me pause there. But I'm sure colleagues within the meeting in their respective work have also picked up different areas of how informal sector workers have been impacted. But those are just some of the ones I've seen on my end. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Khomotso. Thank you. Very comprehensive response as well. I think just moving forward, and also to encourage the speakers to relate all of this information back that
You're on mute, Sinazo.
Oh. Apologies, Khomotso. Okay, perfect. I was emphasizing the importance of the information that you've just shared, thanking you for such an insightful presentation as well as insightful response. And I was noting to encourage the planners to engage more on the topic, just highlighting some of the key points that you discussed, which we can relate back to our various organizations and which we can start to tie in to the way that we conduct our business as planners. So just 3 points that I picked up, which I feel are very important to note, is that we as planners need to reimagine the outcomes from the formal economy. We need to improve the social construct, as well as ensuring that the informal sector is included into the value chains. So I think those are just some of the seeds that you planted in your discussion, among other valuable topics, which I encourage the planners to really think about and engage with moving forward, because Khomotso will still be available in the closing remarks to still respond to any questions which you do have. So please, planners, do drop some messages in the chat. And as we proceed, if there are any questions that do come up, any thoughts that you have, or any inputs which you would like to include, we do encourage you to put that in the chat. So we will now be moving on to our next speaker. Unfortunately, Professor Sanusi is still unable to connect at the moment. So we will be moving on to Karen Harrison. And in terms of a brief introduction on Karen Harrison, she has operated as an independent economic development consultant within the public sector since 2017. And prior to this, Karen worked as at a senior management level within national government, directing the provincial and local governments' LED and municipal capacity building programs. She has drafted provincial frameworks for municipal support, monitoring and implementation of the National Department of Cooperative Governance. Karen has been appointed by National Treasury as the Economic Development Component Leader of the City Support Program. Over to you, Karen.
Thank you so much, Sinazo, and good morning to all the delegates to this conference, and thanking the city for inviting me to present on behalf of the National Treasury City Support Program on our approach around co-production. So colleagues, to just put this on full slide mode so you can see it. The theme of today is really co-production in planning, and what I'm going to present are some of the metro municipalities' experiences currently underway in township economic development and industrial park revitalization pilots. So the problem statement that we are trying to work together with the metros in trying to address is that many of the economic spaces within South Africa's cities and towns are underperforming in terms of the development potential they hold. So if we look at our central business districts, our industrial areas, our townships, our ports, our special economic zones, our tourism nodes, our urban agricultural spaces, we're not getting the full potential, the full economic potential out of them. Now, our city spatial and development planning processes and also private sector investments identify spatial targets that we want to concentrate on. Where planning processes in our municipalities are weak, spatial targeting may be weak as well around why and which spatial targets we should be focusing on. So often an evidence-based approach for targeted and integrated interventions in city spaces is lacking, owing to a dearth of spatialized economic data and also a lack of stakeholder engagement. So the argument is that co-production with stakeholders in the development and implementation of localized spatial plans is really required to improve the quality of plans and to coordinate investment across government and with other stakeholders. So this presentation is showcasing some of the approaches that we are piloting in the metros with regard to township spaces and industrial parks. So I hope you can see the slide, but it's looking at this co-production approach that's currently underway by 6 metros, and it's supported by National Treasury City Support Program and the Neighborhood Development Partnership Program, together with the European Union's program and the World Bank. The pilots we're looking at 5 township pilots. So we have Hammanskraal in the city of Tshwane, we've got Tembisa in the city of Ekurhuleni, we have South Pinetown in eThekwini, New Brighton in Nelson Mandela Bay Metro, and Delft in the city of Cape Town. And the industrial park pilots are in Babalegi in the city of Tshwane, Wadeville in the city of Ekurhuleni, Devland in the city of Johannesburg, and Jacobs in the city of eThekwini. And then we're also looking at some of our regional spaces in the city of eThekwini, in particular around the Cato Ridge Logistics Hub linked to the port expansion process. And then also some work around partnerships, around issues within the central business district as well. And then in the city of Cape Town, we're looking at a pilot that looks at relationships across metro boundaries with neighboring municipalities around a regional agro-processing value chain. So what the pilot does, it recognizes that in all these economic spaces within our metros, there are multi-stakeholders that have responsibilities to making these spaces perform. So we've got the metros themselves who are responsible for the planning functions, regulation of activities, some activities within those spaces, infrastructure and service delivery, urban management, and also important intergovernmental and stakeholder coordination roles. We've got other spheres of government and agencies that are also involved in these spaces, in terms of regulation, like regulation around labor, around the environment, around heritage. We've got other spheres responsible for infrastructure provision, like your SUNROL, your port authorities. We've got other spheres of government and agencies responsible for the management of certain spaces, like your SEZs, like your ports. We've got other spheres responsible for safety and security and social services provision within these spaces. And then, of course, we've got private and civil society. So the formal and the informal firms that operate and invest within these spaces. The firms and people who live in these spaces, because often these spaces are mixed use. They include residential as well as economic development activity. And people who use those spaces have the direct experience of these spaces and how they're functioning. And they have experience of how these spaces are being regulated and managed. And they can also co-create some of the solutions to these spaces in terms of financing within them, managing of these spaces, and also holding public sector stakeholders to account for their responsibilities within them. We've spoken about residents who in these spaces. And then we talk about sort of the need for co-production, given all these different stakeholders with responsibilities, the need for co-production of the planning for these spaces, of resourcing of initiatives to turn these spaces around, and of course, implementing interventions that are agreed to. So at a localized level then, stakeholder roles and responsibilities really need to be integrated and coordinated through localized, intergovernmental, and multi-stakeholder plans and budgets. And in many ways, this kind of approach that we're piloting is the district development management model in action. The other assumption in our pilots is that we adopt an evidence-based approach, that when we look at planning for spaces, it has to be based on a real understanding of the dynamics within these spaces. So one of the steps that we managed to undertake this year with the metros is to look at the administrative data source of our tax data as a means of really understanding our spaces through spatializing this data and mining this data in a way that protects the anonymity of taxpayers and individuals, but that allows us to get a real sense of what sectors are present, what are the trends over years of what's happening within those spaces, where firms locating, where jobs being created. So that's a really exciting source of economic development data that we haven't had before, and now the metros have access to. We've also looked at localized geospatial information tools. So in a particular space, like a township, how can we draw from different data sources regarding housing, regarding social services, economic development, infrastructure, service delivery, and how can we layer this information so we can really add to our sense of the space. And then, of course, township economy ecosystem surveys and virtual platforms to try and really get understanding from the users, the firm level users of these spaces, what's happening, what activities are taking place there, what are the challenges, the advantages of these spaces, what support is needed. In an industrial space, we've used business retention and expansion surveys that go out to our firms and ask them to fill in information about the space, about the experience of using the space. How do they experience services? How do they experience land governance, urban management? What are their plans? Are they going to expand? Are they going to grow? How do they experience the space? And then, of course, in terms of our evidence-based approach, is also working with cities around the data innovations that they are driving. So a lot of cities are using administrative data in terms of water use or energy use or land use to really get an understanding of what's going on. eThekwini is a particularly innovative metro in this regard and has also used nightlight data to try and estimate GDP within different wards. And then the last sort of area that we've tried to collect evidence through is ongoing stakeholder engagement through interviews with key stakeholders, through workshops and focus groups. And what I'm going to do now is take you through a couple of our pilots just to illustrate how this co-production is taking place. And for some reason, I'm going on to slideshow. So we're looking at our Township Economic Development Project Insights. And this project is a program that has partnered with 5 metros to really formulate township economic development strategies in the pilot sites that I showed you earlier on that map. And what it aims to do is really strengthen the institutional capacity within metros to achieve meaningful and impactful economic development in townships. We're partnering on this one with the Sustainable Livelihoods Foundation. And here, the aims that we're trying to do is to reduce spatial inequality within cities, to enhance economic activities and opportunities within townships, to reduce municipal red tape that could be holding back economic activity, to support localized property markets, to protect ecosystems, so sustainable development, and of course, to manage our urban spaces better. So the overview of the approach, the key elements that what we're working with in the metros, these are 3 to 4 year pilots that are currently being rolled out. And the kind of elements have been to really build partnerships. How do we build partnerships within the metros, with other stakeholders and the metros, so that we can leverage in resources into our pilot spaces? The area-based evidence, apologies about this, got gremlin that's crept in. Area-based evidence collection, transversal planning, saying that if you're going to look at township economic development or development of that space, it's multi-sectoral. You need to look at service delivery, you need to look at institutions, you need to look at infrastructure, you need to look at business activity and support and so on. And then the participatory engagement, looking at saying, okay, how do we understand the space? What are the kind of project strategies that can turn this around? And then, of course, knowledge sharing. And one of the big pieces of work to try and really understand these spaces was to develop situational analysis reports, to really get an empirical evidence baseline, to begin to measure whether our interventions are making a difference and also to target the interventions. So we've been working and we started this project or the pilots in about December 2019. And it was first about getting our metro partnerships in place to make sure that team leads were appointed, that transversal metro teams were identified. We then collected all the research. So understanding that there was a lot of knowledge that already existed and trying to build up the research and the understanding of that space. Then there was community engagement, and I'm going to illustrate that a bit more, and particularly under COVID-19, some real innovation needed to really reach out to the community, to get business input, to understand from a user's perspective of what was going on within the space. We conducted an extensive ecosystem survey of economic activity within our 5 metros of over 1,500 firms, just to get a sense of what is a real activity on the ground, what's happening within different sectors across spaces, what within a township, where's activity happening, and what needs to be supported there. Then field observations through going in and observing, mapping the findings, producing report findings where project opportunities, at least 30 per site, were identified, reporting back to the communities at this stage under lockdown, virtually to the communities, consulting the metros, revising the reports based on all that input, and then working towards project selection. So this was the ecosystem surveys that were undertaken earlier this year, and it was field teams that were recruited through virtual imibizos, which were on a Facebook platform in the different sites, reaching out to the residents of the study area. The community teams that were recruited were then supported by experienced researchers. The surveys were done on tablets, so the researchers could upload the data immediately onto the cloud, And the researchers then conducted interviews with business owners and community stakeholders. So the interviews were spatially targeted within each township site. We were looking at particular economic nodes, public sector precincts or economic precincts, high or activity streets, retail hubs, where we could find the entrepreneurs. And it was conducted then between September and November 2020. So it was the previous year. And of course, COVID-19 prevention was strictly adhered to because we were going out directly into these spaces. Here you can see the kind of geospatial database that was prepared for each space that sort of identified key nodes and corridors within the townships, the land administration that underpinned these spaces, and the transport networks and facilities, infrastructure, the natural features, the housing and property market within these areas, and the businesses and so on. And those layers were built up to create a database and a resource that was then provided with to the metros for their use. This is the virtual Imbizo pages. It was a campaign that was run online to try and get as much participatory community engagement as possible, particularly over lockdown. And to try and encourage community participation was through the running of competitions, to establish an online following. We used it to call for the field workers who would engage in the ecosystem research. We then uploaded our business survey results to get engaged with community members around the results. It was used for business development, so people could actually showcase their own products on these pages, to announce events and funding opportunities, and also to recruit when we needed people to undertake documentation or anything within our sites. So this virtual Imbizo has proven to be a very useful platform to engage communities, particularly during the lockdown period. And we've managed to establish quite an important presence. We've got probably just under 5,000 followers at the moment, where people engage on this platform. From the understanding the situational analysis reports in the metros, we then looked at a project opportunity prioritization process, which was starting to engage with stakeholders, particularly the metros, around saying, this is the feedback in the situational analysis report. These are the 30 project opportunities that have been identified in each site. Really engaging transversely within the metros, because the interventions cover a wide range of units. They cover planning departments, economic development, housing, service delivery departments, so sports and so on. So a large range of city stakeholders involved in this process as well. Comments received, the sort of project ideas revised, and then a scoring process, particularly in the metros, to say what kind of projects would the metros want to pursue if we needed to prioritize. So the pilots are for a 3-year period. So we said at least 8 projects needed to be prioritized so that the technical assistance teams working with the metros could then help in terms of actually mobilizing, resourcing, packaging these projects, taking them on towards implementation. So there were a number of themes that came up from in terms of turning around these spaces. Some were to do with city policies and strategies. Some were to do with housing and property, particularly low-income rental markets. Some were to do with the quality of social and community infrastructure and really enhancing placemaking. Some were to do with urban management. How does one manage these spaces? Some were to do with spatial integration, like public transport nodes and so on. Some were to do with actual nodal development, where nodes had gone into disrepair, and some were to do with enterprise development. So the process now is really working on co-production of project plans. So in each pilot, we're looking at 8 projects that we want to take through to implementation. So you can see here are vision workshops that have been taking place in the townships with entrepreneurs and community stakeholders around, if we're going to start visioning, how are we going to redo this node or this facility what do we need to consider? What do we need to put in place? So here we've got people coming up with lights, with the community park ideas, at a sports facility, but this co-production taking place with community people. And then also here is co-production of project plans. There's some sector workshops taking place where certain sectors like the automotive sector, the creative sector have come out very strongly for taking forward. So the next step we're working on with this project is the co-production of project charters with community stakeholders and with the metros. The key thing around is saying we need to have clear roles and responsibilities and leads. So if it is a sports project, that's within sports and recreation. If it is a public transport project, it's within public transport and so on, and really starting to coordinate that. And then aligning with metro planning and budgeting processes with the IDP budget and a review underway. Mobilizing external resources where we can bring external technical support or financial resource in, and the facilitation of partnership agreements. So that is the Township Economic Development Pilot Project underway. Colleagues, then in terms of industrial park revitalization, so again with the metros, there are 4 pilots in progress, and the kind of pilot approach has been within our industrial spaces. How can we really understand these spaces? So that has been through data collection on the spaces, ground truthing, going out into the spaces, working with stakeholders to really understand who's who within the space, how to map them, to undertake key informant interviews. And a very important resource here or methodology has been to undertake business retention and expansion surveys. So we undertook those surveys in all 4 sites with the respective metros and got a very high confidence level. Again, we would normally go out and do these surveys face-to-face, but we conducted them during hard lockdown, and so that meant they were submitted electronically. There was also sectoral and spatial mapping of the companies through visits to the sites, and then starting through an understanding and the feedback from this process to start identifying projects and resources and partners that could be mobilized in. So at the moment, we're going through a similar process of working with stakeholders to identify and package projects, to look at transversal integration within the metros, because again, a range of metro departments are involved in these spaces. And then very importantly, is to establish or facilitate institutional arrangements to ensure that this co-production can be ongoing. In many of the spaces, industrial spaces we have in the cities, we don't have organized business associations in place or property owners associations. We don't have social enterprises formations or bottom of the pyramid economic actors organized in a way that their voice can also be heard. And of course, within the metros, often we're finding a lack where we don't have the transversal metro structures in place. So it's really trying to say, how do we institutionalize this engagement down the line? So I spoke about the business retention and expansion survey. I won't speak much to it here, but it's really trying to understand from the firm level perspective of what are their perceptions of how the space is performing and what needs to be done to really make it more optimal. And this is some of the industrial park challenges that we've uncovered around waste management, water and sanitation provision, stormwater drainage, energy supply, the condition of the roads, maintenance of buildings. These are from our industrial sites, livestock wandering around, waste pickers that aren't integrated into the formal waste system, lack of management, high levels of crime that are affecting the performance and undermining the return of these spaces. So through the engagement with firms, we've sort of worked with metros around developing an industrial park revitalization framework. And what's really important is that what's come out is that just getting some of the basics right, the services and the infrastructure, the land governance, and addressing safety and security, that's 60% of your revitalization needs already addressed based on feedback from stakeholders. This slide just shows, again, the institutional building blocks, which I mentioned previously, so I'll skim over this. So colleagues, in terms of co-production of solutions, I'm going to give you an example, for example, of Wadeville in Tembisa and in Ekurhuleni. And here, one of the challenges that came up from the BRNE survey was unreliable energy supply to the firms. That was really undermining their performance in these spaces. The approach that was agreed to was to set up a Metro firm level engagement platform, and it was with the assistance of SA Clusters, which is a network of firms has been formalized. And the solutions that came up or have come up already, Consul Glass has already offered to finance an electricity substation for Wadeville. Other firms have secured substations located close to them against crime. The firm WhatsApp group has been established that has direct links to the Metro Electricity Department. One of the public employment program projects that the city is going to do is to geocode business properties to link to their electricity meter information. A load curtailment agreement has been reached with the private sector to minimize the impact of load shedding on firms. And an energy uses assessment on firms is to be conducted, which is going to be linked to eco-park support initiatives. A dedicated call center support has been put in place. And that was just from co-production of getting firms to engage with the city around how could we resolve one of the biggest challenge in that area, which was reliable energy supply. So in summary, and I'm going over a minute of my time, it's the pilots have really highlighted the fact that local stakeholders understand their spaces better than anyone else. The problems, the solutions that are necessary to turn these spaces around. That government cannot address the huge challenges in these spaces alone. Partnerships are really needed. Stakeholders are very willing to engage and to be part of the solution. The public sector needs to be willing and open to co-creation and partnering to make this happen. And the public sector needs to develop its own facilitation and partnering capabilities. A big role in planning, in economic development, is being able to facilitate engagements and this co-production process. Stakeholder engagement tools, like I've illustrated with the ecosystem work in the townships, with the BRNE surveys in the industrial spaces, are very useful to get this interaction taking place. And localized plans and the implementation thereof can really build trust and relationships. So thank you, colleagues. I'm going to stop sharing and then turn my camera back on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. Thank you. Colleagues, we will be taking hands, and I see we have some questions in the chat box as well. But just to outline, Karen, thank you for that presentation. And I think these pilots that you were unpacking are really progressive because they outline the importance of creating the spaces that bring together different knowledge sources and experiences to jointly develop the combined plans that we require to execute. So colleagues, we have 1 second. Let me just open the chat. Okay, we have a question from Zama Biela. She says that the virtual imbizos is a very interesting idea, especially during these COVID times. I'm interested as to whether municipalities would be able to effectively implement such an initiative, and maybe how can we ensure that the different interest groups are well represented?
Okay, so Sinazo, maybe just to come in and say, yeah, the virtual Imbizo, I think, has been a very interesting platform. As I indicated in my presentation, it's been used in different ways. It's been used to try and get or stimulate debate around a particular issue. It's been used to create awareness around particular events. It's been used to recruit people. It's been used for people to advertise and share information. And it's on a Facebook platform. So it is a tool that can be easily replicated. I mean, one of the sort of units within the metros that I think needs to be brought closer into these discussions with planners, economic development practitioners, are the communication departments. How does one use this mechanism? Because you have to keep it live. It has to be interesting. It needs to be interactive to keep the visitor numbers up. But it's not the only platform, and it cannot replace the other form of engagement. So obviously, during hard lockdown, we really battled and we had to rely on it a lot. But as soon as we could, we got out there. We were conducting surveys. There are currently the workshops with the sectors within these spaces as well. So it is a mix. It is a way of really integrating. I think what interests me around it as well, and in terms of representativity, is that if one does consult and if one does go into a stakeholder analysis of who's in the space, then one would also need to understand from a communication point of view who uses social media, who doesn't, and also make sure you target community members who don't use such platforms in different ways. So how do you go through organized informal sector groupings, or how do you approach whether it is social institutions that might have access to women's groups that you might not have brought them into discussions through other ways of advertising. So I do think it's one way, but it was a very interesting way, and I've also observed it over the last year or so, and thought it was quite novel and something that would be really great if it could be integrated into Metro's communication strategies. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. And this reminds me of a statement that was made by one of the speakers in the plenary session. And she stated that empowerment is too late if the community wasn't part of the initial plan. So just looking at these pilots, we see that it's true to the core of co-production rather in building the economies, because you spoke of taking the opportunity to understand the spaces through various methodologies that you used. And you emphasize the need for the public sector and us as planning practitioners to our willingness of the public sector to co-plan, co-produce, and co-deliver these plans. So that is particularly important. Colleagues, we're taking more hands.
I saw Leka's comment in the chat around the DDM being too rushed with limited co-production opportunities. So my feeling from these pilots is one of the lessons that we've learned is that co-production is most meaningful in a particular space. So in an industrial park or in a township or in a CBD where you can have a manageable space with stakeholders. I find that planning at a citywide level, it becomes really difficult because then, you know, the level of participation becomes harder and harder, and you go further and further away from the ground of the community actors and the business actors that use the space. So I think, again, yes, that part of the lesson we've learned is that the planning, the co-production in the planning is as important as anything else in terms of the result. If you don't get that right, if you don't get the buy-in, if you don't make sure that you are addressing the real issues that are holding back that space, or you are finding the real solutions based on the understanding of local actors of that space, then yes, the planning process, and we can be having top-down solutions that are problematic and not getting the impact or the desired results.
Thanks, Karen. We have one hand from Anelin Komonde.
Thank you so much, Karen, for your very informative presentation. My one question is that I want to know, in your pilot studies, how did you deal with the reluctance in the communities to engage due to past experiences that they might have had where they felt that their voices were not heard? My second question is that You said that your pilot studies were run during the hard lockdown, whereby you used social media as a way to communicate with the relevant stakeholders. And how did you overcome the issue of access, since most of the projects were in township areas and there are issues of access to data and access to social media? And my last question is just, can you please just discuss, was there any role that politics played in any of these pilot studies that you engaged in? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anele. So just to mention that in terms of the pilots, the pilots are ongoing. So they started in December 2019 with the buy-in of the Metro. So they are the Metro's pilots. We, as City Support Program, provide technical assistance to work alongside and to around this approach and trying to really institutionalize this approach towards TED. So we've gone through different periods. So we've gone through the hard lockdown, and we've gone through less hard lockdown. So we've adapted during those periods in terms of the kind of community communication and consultation and engagement mechanisms that are being used. So obviously when we, during the very hard lockdown, when we were using or setting up the virtual Imivisa platform, then it was really people who had access to that platform that were able to engage with us. But as soon as we could, so if you saw the ecosystem survey, which was interviewing 1,500 businesses, that took place in September to November 2020. So that was when people got into the ground and really engaged and consulted. And then again, back in with workshops and so on that are taking place now as lockdown has been eased. So I think it's trying to do a bit of a mix of it. In terms of reluctance of communities to engage, so I do think that is an issue, and I think that communities do feel let down, and when one starts facilitated processes, one can feel that sort of sense of distrust or sense of disillusionment, and I do think it's something that, in terms of governance credibility, it's a really big challenge for us. But in none of the processes, and we're talking now of these 5 township sites, none of them have we had a sense where we haven't been able to engage, where we haven't had community participation in our sessions or through the research, through the survey interviews. People would voice their disillusionment, but I always get amazed at how resilient communities are, and they will always give government another chance. And maybe those chances will stop at some point. But there's always a sense of hope that sort of drives communities, that life will change for the better, that people will actually partner communities with a genuine interest in turning around these spaces. And we found that with the business sector as well, where the business sector highly frustrated with the center space, feeling highly disillusioned about the energy crisis, but yet willing to come to the party. And partly because we all invested in these spaces. We invested in the country together. We invested in these spaces. And if we don't turn them around together, then everyone's future is impacted. And I saw in the chat the reference to the civil unrest, and particularly how it affected eThekwini. And I think it's a huge wake-up call that it is easy to mobilize people now because of the sense of disillusionment. And that makes it even more important for government to get in there, work alongside communities, really co-produce the solutions, listen to communities, because the answers lie there. I don't think there's any expert who can go in and say, this is what needs to turn the space around. That, for me, that doesn't exist. The only expert is the person who'll go in and listen and really engage with communities and businesses about what is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And I think this also just speaks to the notion that communities really are driven by a sense of hope. So regardless of any past experiences or challenges which may have been faced, they are still willing to come to the party and really own the process where the opportunity does present itself. So colleagues, we will now be going into the lunch break. But before we go out into the lunch break, I just wanted to sow some seeds of thought so that we can have a more productive, more engaging second session. So we've just formulated some questions which we would like colleagues to really just think about and try to relate to their various organizations during this time, so that when we do come back and we have that interactive session, we are really encouraging you to share your learnings, share your challenges. So just some of the questions, I will also ask my colleagues to type them in the chat box if anyone doesn't get them. But we are really requesting that you investigate the strategies and plans which you have in place, which foster co-production in your organization and their effectiveness. We also just want you to think and look at the gaps in participatory planning, which may infringe on the voices of the public being heard. And lastly, how is your approach influencing the mindsets or the perceptions of the community in order to regain their trust in the public participation process? So colleagues, those are the questions that we're leaving you with now going into lunch. We will resume at 1:15, and we really would like you to engage with these questions and ask yourself these questions related to your organization and come back to share and engage and really just learn from each other and how we can foster and improve the level of co-production in our various institutions. Thank you, colleagues. We will resume at 1:15.
Yeah. Ah, ouais, dans ce qu'on a besoin now. Et va dans ce qu'on go le mi qui c'est tout last week. Okay, here is the money. Ah, et va te tour ni Abuja. Tu regardes go le go perfect.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome to the second session of Breakaway Room 2. We hope that you have enjoyed your break and you have interrogated the questions that we left in our chat session. So now we have just two speakers that are left in our session. We will start with Professor Yakin Sanusi. Professor Yakin Sanusi is a professor of urban and regional planning at the Federal University of Technology in Minna, Nigeria. He has many years of teaching experience at both undergraduate and postgraduate level. His research interests cover human settlements, analysis, green economy, urban dynamics, urban governance, and environmental management, including solid waste and urban housing quality.
Apologies about that, colleagues. We're currently under load shedding this side, but over to you, Professor Sanusi.
Thank you very much. My presentation can't share the screen. Everybody see PowerPoint.
Professor Sanusi,
Okay,
we have a copy of your presentation from our side. Would you like us to flight it from our side?
It's okay. Are you loading it from there or should I? So where do we?
Colleagues, I think while we wait for Professor Sanusi to...
Okay, now, can you?
Prof?
Hello?
Okay, colleagues, while we assist Professor Sanusi putting up his presentation, I'd like to invite any of the colleagues in the meeting to share their thoughts on the questions that were posed before the lunch break. It's a safe, open space to engage and share or even ask questions to the previous speakers' colleagues. We'll be assisting Professor Sanusi in the background while we welcome your input. Thank you.
Can you give me permission to share my screen? Hello? Can you give me permission to share my screen?
Yes, Prof. Our technical team is assisting right now. We'll
Okay,
be.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, can I be presenting while you share the screen? Hello? Can I continue?
Not a problem, Prof. We'll project it from our side.
Can I please? Okay, it's all right. Don't go. Not see me taking.
Apologies about that, Prof. We are working with our technical team to try and put up that presentation.
Okay, I'm still waiting for the technical team. Okay. Am I on? Okay, now. Yes. Good morning. Good afternoon, please. Am I on?
Yes, Prof, you're on. We can hear you. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. I want to apologize very seriously for this delay in connection. It has been very, very challenging this morning, attempting to have very reliable connections. The title of the presentation is Reframing Co-Production in Urban Infrastructure Provision for Inclusive Urban Planning and Development. Yes. Can we go to the next page? Next page. Okay. Now we'll be taking a look at many things here. Okay, thank you very much. Now, there are issues of urban infrastructure development, which we believe is very central to urban planning and development. There has been increase in urbanization, increasing level of urbanization throughout the world. There is pressure. As a result of that, there's pressure on the existing infrastructure. And then what constitutes infrastructure itself? The definition is also changing because of changes in human needs, in economic system and technology. There is also the declining capacity of the state to provide adequate and necessary infrastructure for urban planning and development. There is also the question of inclusion. All these make it necessary that we look at as many options as possible for the purpose of delivering urban public services. One of these options is co-production. Okay, one of these is co-production. Okay, the next page. The next page. This provides, the co-production provides an opportunity to closely examine the potential of co-production. Okay, the co-production is said to be, can I load from my, let me read from my own end here, please. Okay. Co-production is said to be rooted in business. The term itself became popular in the 1970s when it was said to have been introduced by Ostrom and her team. Now, his conclusion is that after looking at many cases, particularly policing in small neighborhoods and big neighborhoods, he was able to conclude that the police were not only the producers of safety, but rather the people and the police were co-producers of safety. Today, co-production is has found expression in urban planning and environmental management, including water supply and sanitation. So indeed, co-production has moved up the ladder, becoming a policy directed at a wide areas of potential beneficiaries and becoming a driver of innovation in public services. Now, the strength of co-production. Why do we need to direct attention to co-production in providing urban infrastructure? First, it provides value for money. It incorporates the expertise of the people in providing services. It also has health advantages. And then practical skills from all actors. It helps in developing practical skills from all actors and building social capital. So co-production has also introduced new resources, for example, finance, capacity, knowledge, or technologies that add value to services in the delivery of infrastructure. Now, infrastructure is very important to urban development and planning in three ways. And these are the three ways by which planning itself is relevant to cities. One is economic development, two is the environment, three is the people. So in terms of economic development, infrastructure stimulates growth. In terms of the environment, it contributes to environmental quality. And in respect of the people, infrastructure contributes to well-being of the people, improves individual capability, and improves the health of the people. Now we can see that infrastructure by itself is part of what has also been described as urban asset. So infrastructure constitutes part of urban aspect in three ways: in terms of buildings, in terms of public spaces and infrastructure, and in terms of digital infrastructure. That the digital infrastructure is one of the new things that technology has introduced in defining or redefining urban infrastructure. Today, we can talk of communication infrastructure, water infrastructure, energy infrastructure, mobility infrastructure, green infrastructure, and public spaces. These are part of the infrastructure that define urban planning and the development of the cities. Now, infrastructure contributes to urban development, just as the same way that city itself, the urban center contributes to national development. For example, it is projected that between 2007 and 2025, the top 100 cities in the world will contribute to 35% of global GDP. The first 600 cities in the world will contribute to 62% of the global GDP, while the first 1,000 cities in the world will contribute to 68% of the global GDP. Now, if we look at this across the developing countries, the contribution of cities to development, we realize that most cities in the development countries, they contribute substantially to the respective GDP of their countries. For example, if we take Cairo, Cairo has only 18% of the national population, but is contributing about 32.7% of the GDP. Similarly, we look at Cape Town with 7.7% of the national population, but contributing 20.3% of the GDP. However, this contribution is not restricted to cities in the developing countries alone. Even in the developed countries, cities contribute to development. For example, in New York has 7.2% of the national population, but it contributes 9.7% of the GDP. Now, infrastructure, there are two aspects of infrastructure to which people and the government can contribute. One is the physical infrastructure, the other one is the service. But to people, the services are more important because that is what contributes to their well-being. Now, if you look at the service dimension of infrastructure, there are 6 aspects, and these 6 aspects must be seen as very important to urban planning, to urban development, and the growth of people. Accessibility, capacity, diversity, quality, and the condition of the services. Each of these, which is various definitions, have meaning in defining the cities, in making the city more inclusive and attractive to people. For example, accessibility, that has to do with location of the services. And the capacity has to do with the maximum level of service that can be delivered. The diversity, the range of the services offered by the city. The quality, specific characteristics of infrastructure, and then the reliability of the infrastructure itself. Condition, physical shape of the infrastructure. For example, the road, potholes on the roads, for example. So these 6 aspects of infrastructure, they help in defining the contribution of infrastructure to urban development. Now, the major problem we have why co-production becomes relevant is that there is deficit in infrastructure. And we can use 2 indices immediately now. One is the issue of slum. Now, if you look at slum summarizes deprivations in infrastructure. And it means that it's a serious deprivation in the complex of infrastructure. And large-scale slums, it means that there is deep-seated infrastructure deprivation that the residents suffer. Now, we can also use, if we use this in slum, for example, let's take a look at some cities in some countries in Africa. The slum level is very, very high. For example, in Chad, 86.6% of the urban residents live in slums. In Benin Republic, 59% of the urban residents live in slum. And in Malawi, 66% of the urban residents live in slum. So again, when we now look at deficit in access to electricity, we will begin to see the extent to which there is deficit in infrastructure development, in infrastructure provision in the developing countries and everywhere in the world. Let's take those countries with largest deficit in electricity. For example, South Sudan, 96% of the urban population are not served with electricity. In Congo, 81% of the people are not served with, of the urban dwellers are not served with electricity. But generally, even in countries with very high GDP, many urban residents lack access to basic services and infrastructure, such as drinking water, sanitation, waste collection, all-weather roads, education, healthcare, emergency services, and electricity. So that means, in effect, that if we look towards co-production, it's not going to be relevant only to the developing countries. It's going to be relevant to all parts of the world, to all cities of the world. So having said this, therefore, Now, the concept of co-production has been defined by many analysts in many ways, but we can just take a few of these definitions in order to see what exactly we are dealing with in this particular case. A process through which inputs used to produce a good or service are contributed by individuals who are not in the same organization. That's the original definition given by Ostrom and his people and our people. Okay, and that implies that citizens can play an active role in producing public goods and services that have meaning to them. So if we use this definition, therefore, we can begin to see that at the end of the day, co-production is a system of cooperation. It's a system of cooperation. Cooperation in many ways. So let's see some of the ways by which it forms cooperation. It's a deliberate arrangement between the citizens and the state. It is a dynamic that encourages its application beyond the local orientation to more sustainable change. It is a range of new institutional possibilities that can affect urban governance. It is a specific movement able to capitalize on its own knowledge. And then it is a finance base in order to develop a form of engagement. Now, these are some of the ways by which we can begin to see co-production. It is a service delivery strategy, and that is very important to our discussion now. It is a service delivery strategy and a form of engagement of different stakeholders. Now, another person, some other people have seen it from the point of view of institutional co-production. For example, Josie and Moore, they define it as, they see it as an institutional matter, organizational arrangement, which implicates that clients in the effective service delivery on a sustained basis and provision of public services through regular long-term relationships between the state and then the people. So institutionalized service provision, institutionalized co-production is not different from the core definition or core approach to co-production. Now, some people have seen it as a partnership, and I agree with people who see it as a partnership, as opposed to people who believe that co-production is a different thing entirely. It's not the same thing as partnership. It will be very difficult for us not to see co-production as a form of partnership. It is a partnership between the people and then the state agencies responsible for provision of infrastructure. So to me, co-production is just an option out of many ways by which actors in the development space can engage each other in order to advance the cause of progress of the society and well-being of the citizens. It is submitted that partnership is a web where many options on actors, relationships, and interactions can take place across many levels and in many activities. The uniqueness of co-production in its original form is that it is a clear relationship and engagement between users and agencies of the government, a clear between the government and then the people. Now, on what account do we argue for co-production in urban planning? Some of these have been said, but then let's briefly look at other situations. One is that it is a natural practice, and it is a natural practice and the natural part of service delivery. So it doesn't matter whether the people even know that they are participating in co-production or not. It does not matter. And this particular exercise, it can be initiated from either of the two sides, the government or the people. So it is an inevitable partner to both the market and the state in service delivery. So co-production doesn't matter whether market operates efficiently or the state is even operating very, very well. Okay, there are many structures across the world. For example, financial crisis, threats of conflict, even pandemic. All these make it important that people should participate in decisions that affect the production of infrastructure. Now, there are emerging ideas of system leadership and public management that also make co-production very important in urban planning and development. So giving recognition to people who are builders of the city, particularly in the less developed countries. It is a response to decline in governance capacity. And in environment, in very difficult environment, for example, isolated communities, co-production becomes very, very important. Therefore, in this broader perspective, co-production is part of the complex process of governance, reflecting the fact that governance is multi-level and multi-dimensional and fits into the idea of polycentric governance. So the emerging ideas of system, given this, therefore, we begin to emphasize that co-production is very important in urban planning and in achieving sustainable, inclusive urban development. Now, we can briefly look at types of co-production before we begin look at the specific spatial approaches that we must adopt in order to make sure that co-production is relevant or is adopted in providing infrastructure in our cities. One is so some people have seen a dichotomy between co-production and co-creation. Okay, but to me, they all mean the same thing. And there are other analysts who have also emphasized that co-production is also the same thing as co-creation. If that is the case, therefore, co-production will involve planning, design and implementation, monitoring and evaluation of public service provision, urban infrastructure. Now, we can also begin to look at it as collective co-production or individual co-production. Now, in the case of the individual benefits, but for the co-production, the community benefits. So in that case, we can begin to say that co-production has some features of public good, that once it is provided, it is available for everybody to consume. So the consumers start at the end of the service delivery process and act as co-production in their secondary role. The first role is that they are consumers. The second role is that they are co-producers. So co-production has been broken down into co-design, co-decision making, co-delivery of services, and co-evaluation. This differentiation is to emphasize the different segments of the co-production process in which consumers, the people, and the users can contribute in the production process. So co-production takes place at many levels, but the most important thing is that it emphasizes transformation. Okay, and this transformation is characterized by many, many things. For example, social care professionals and people who use services work in equal partnership. So there is equal partnership, there is movement from involvement and participation towards who use services, and carers having equal, more meaningful and more powerful role. So more meaningful and more powerful role, and planning, development, and actual delivery of service. So transformative emphasize actual delivery of service. Power and resources are transferred from managers to people. The assets of people who use services, carers and staff are valued. The assets of the people, the assets of the government agencies, they are considered to be valuable on equal terms. It is also recognized that if someone makes a contribution, they should get something back in exchange. That is what transformative outlook of co-production signifies. Now, having said all this, our major problem with the co-production is to take a spatial approach to adoption of co-production. But why are we emphasizing co-production? So space is a critical aspect of co-production, especially in the developing countries, where spatial differentiations are very significant from ecological, social, and political perspectives. Infrastructure, facility, and services, therefore, are space-specific. Now, the infrastructure we are talking about, the city we are talking about, planning we are talking about, all of them are space-based. So both agencies of the government and the consumers are located in space. Infrastructure deficit is related to space. The users and consumers, they all interact in space. And production itself is not an abstract phenomenon. It takes place in space. So when we look at this, therefore, we emphasize spatial dimension. Spatial dimension is part of the reframing required to make co-production more relevant to cities. According to science, how co-production is framed is vital to determining its initial success in generating new and more. We look at it from this point of view. I want to look at it from two broad areas: space-based framework, and then the application of specific principles of co-production. Now, a framework has been developed by Faldi and Co. Now, it emphasizes three things: actors, flow, and then the area. The urban infrastructure co-production, the argument is that urban infrastructure co-production has environmental and spatial applications. Interactions between the actors are not just a social or vertical activities, they are also spatial. The framework consists of the actors, the flow, and the area. Now, the actors are very clear. They are the users of the infrastructure. Now, the flow dimension, this concerns organization and management of resources used for and produced by the service delivery process. And it implies an understanding of the life cycle of the resources from extraction to processing and waste. Now, the area dimension is to make, the area dimension involves the relationship between the service delivered and its urban and spatial context. Now, this is the framework as presented. We can see the framework in terms of the diagram. There are three sectors. The one on top is referring to the actors. Then we have the space dimension consisting of the settlement and the services. And then we have the flow involving technology and the resources. Now, what principles do we need to adopt then if we want to see co-production reframed in order to fit into the urban planning and development? First, we have argued that we must see it in terms of this relationship between the actors, the flow of resources, and then the space where these activities are located. Now, we now want to see the principles that actually guide the flow, this particular framework. One is that there are six or seven of them that have been proposed here. One is that people's capabilities. In this case, we now believe that people have capacities. They have abilities, they have knowledge, they have capabilities, which they can input into the production process. People are no longer passive instruments in the provision of infrastructure, but rather very, very relevant, very active set of actors that must be taken into consideration. So we must recognize these capabilities and we must use these capabilities for the purpose of development. Secondly is that mutuality and reciprocity. So there must be mutual relationships between the people and then the government itself or any other people, any other set of actors that is helping the people to make sure that they can contribute to infrastructure provision in cities. Second, and then we have the issue of peer support networks. That there are networks between the people themselves, and then there is network between the people and then the government. The networks are valuable and they are very, very relevant in redefining relationship between the state and the people. Now, blurring distinctions. Now, when we work together in the co-production process, there's no distinction seriously between the people and then the state actors. They become close, the relationship become very close, that the responsibilities become intertwined. So the responsibilities become almost the same. So facilitating rather than delivering. Now the state bodies now, from the top-down relationship, the state is the major actor. But in this particular case, which is a type of bottom-up approach to infrastructure provision, the state becomes a facilitating agency. It provides the environment for the people to be active. So it is not dictatorial. It is not dictating the direction of movement, but rather together with the people, they define the direction of infrastructure provision. Then recognizing people as assets. So we must believe that people themselves, they are also assets. Now they have their own inputs to make. They have capacity, they have resources which they can input into the development process. So we need to institutionalize co-production. That's another principle. So co-production must become institutionalized. In doing this and applying co-production to urban planning and development, we must take note of 3 contradictions. One is that a division between cooperation and conflict. Second, institutionalization versus flexibility. And finally, between process and output. Now, cooperation, the first one, cooperation versus conflict. Now, these two appears contradictory, but they are not. Cooperation is central to co-production. So co-production requires many stakeholders. People's sovereign service deprivation may make requests, but when they do, sometimes they can protest. But even this protest itself, which is a form of conflict, is very relevant to participation, is relevant to co-production. Now, institutionalization versus flexibility. Governance is seen as both logical and, this is seen from point of view of logistics and governance. Relationship must be restructured and can be initiated by any of the actors. So when the state agency initiates cooperation for co-production, we say it is invited. But when it is the people that make this, we say it is invited. In other case, there's no problem at all. The important thing is that we must ensure that the cooperation takes place and that it is sustained. Then we have a conflict between process and then product. Now, the process views of co-production is clear and is very important. The procedure must be defined, it must be followed. However, to people, the output is more important. But more difficult thing is the tangible result of co-production. So co-production, the tangible result of co-production is very, very important.
Professor Sanusi?
Yes.
We seem to have lost you there for a second. I'm not sure if it's from our side due to our load shedding. Can the other colleagues hear Professor Sanusi?
Are you hearing me?
We can hear.
I've been talking from my own presentation here. Do you hear my voice? Do you hear my voice? Hello?
We can hear you, Professor. We can hear you.
Okay. Should I continue?
Yeah.
Sorry, colleagues.
Can I continue?
Just 1 second, Prof. We're having some technical difficulties. Your presentation has been unshared, unfortunately, and we're just trying to put it back up at the moment.
Okay, you are correcting it. Should I hold on?
Yes, please, Prof. Just 1 minute.
Okay, okay. Thank you. No, no.
Okay, Prof, I think we're back up. We really do apologize for this, colleagues. The network has been extremely challenging given our load shedding schedule right now.
Is it okay now?
Yes, Prof.
Yes, Prof, you may proceed. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience.
Is it okay now? Hello?
Yes, Professor, you may proceed. Thank you.
Is it okay?
Yes, Prof, it's okay. You may proceed. Can you see our slides, Prof?
Hello? Can I
Can you see?
continue?
Yes,
Is it okay?
yes,
But have you been hearing me all along?
yes, we have. Just the last minute or so we didn't hear.
Okay, now. So, okay. So I've been trying to argue that we need to resolve three contradictions, and I've gone through those contradictions. I've gone through them. One is the fact that there's contradiction between cooperation and conflict, institutionalization and flexibility. And then there's conflict between process and product. Now, at the end of the day, it's not as if these are serious contradictions. Okay, but the important thing, we need to take actions. So one of these actions is that we must accept co-production as a clear partnership. A partnership useful for infrastructure provision, partnership that is important in order to harvest resources for production, for co-production from as many sources as possible. Then institutional and administrative framework that recognizes, nurtures, and maintains co-production as part of urban planning and development. Theory is that we need to recognize informal mechanisms for cooperation and direct same to co-production arena. And 4 is the use of memorandum of understanding between people and the communities. Now, memorandum of understanding is not legally binding, but it is significant in achieving cooperation. It is also significant in giving a sense of worth to the people. Now, the two sides of the three contradictions that we have examined are not particularly destructive. They are not destructive to each other. They only point to critical issues that must be noted and taken care of while employing co-production. At some other cases, the seeming contradictions complement each other for better results. For example, conflict may even encourage the desire for an institution of co-production, while well thought out process of co-production can lead to tangible and satisfying output. Now, having said all this, we can learn some experience, although the intention is not to give detailed description of some examples, but two examples that actually have some meaning are given by Josie and Moore in 2004. And the examples are one, that of Citizen Police Liaison Committee in Karachi, Pakistan, and then that of the Ghana Public Road Transportation Union. Now, that of Karachi, Karachi, the emphasis is on ensuring safety. In the 1980s, the city suffered a lot of violence. So the business community came together in order to devise this particular committee on their own, and they worked with the police and other security agencies. Now, the Public Road Transportation Union in Ghana is an independent organization, independent of the government, but the government worked with this agency for the purpose of tax collection. So at the end of the day, some lessons are derived from the operation of these two case studies, from Pakistan and Ghana. And I believe that in order to reframe co-production in urban planning and development, we should look at these lessons and use the lessons in order to enhance the effectiveness of co-production. One is that each organization helps fulfill a core state function. For example, tax collection in case of Ghana, and then security in case of Karachi. in response to a clear desire in state capacity. The second one is the development, each developed organically and provides a range of means services. Third, in each case, conventional distinctions between the legitimate public authority and private power are either obscured or maintained only with great difficulty. So there's no serious demarcation between the services provided by through co-production process between all the actors. No serious division. Both potentially provide examples, stimulus and lessons applicable to other contexts where conventional public provision is under stress. So with these lessons, we can begin to see pro-production beyond the state by which it is now and make it is a part of urban development. And I believe that if we do this, the state of urban infrastructure in our neighborhoods, particularly in the slum area, can be better improved. Thank you very much. And thank you for tolerating the highly fluctuating service on my own end here. It is not intended. And I want to hope that we can get one or two things from what has been presented. Thank you very much. Are you still hearing me? Hello?
Yes, thank you so much,
Okay.
Professor. I was just trying to reconnect to our system after the electricity just came back from our load shedding, but that was indeed an insightful and very comprehensive presentation. Thank you for your patience through all the technical glitches, and I'm hoping that colleagues were able to get to grasp the full concepts of that presentation. And just to summarize some of the points that were outlined, or the take-homes that we need to really just focus on coming from your presentation. I noted some of the recurring themes and some of the characteristics which you brought to the fore, which are very important to understand, because these are it's dynamic, sustainable, a way of governance. It creates institutional possibilities, and a very important point, which I believe I should have actually relationship between government institutions and really that diffusion of the roles in delivering the services, as well as a transfer of power, which also speaks to that participation and that relationship between the citizens and the people. So Dr. Sanusi also just outlined and brought us back to understanding the importance of cities and their contribution to development. And in unpacking infrastructure, we didn't only look at the physical infrastructure, but also the services, and more especially in terms of the accessibility of these services to our various communities. So colleagues, I will now invite some questions directed at Professor Sanusi following his presentation. Okay, Prof, I think while we wait, I noted a point. I'm not sure perhaps if my understanding of it was correct, but I'd really love for you to unpack this further for us. Let me just look at some of the notes that I did. You stated, I think halfway through your presentation, you stated that co-production is an inevitable partnership and that people don't always know that they're part of the process. So I really would like for you to unpack that, because further in your presentation, you then went into unpacking the fact that this is an intentional process where the community comes together and the various organizations to co-design, decision make, co-deliver, as well as co-evaluate. So perhaps you could just unpack that part about the process being inevitable for us while we wait for some hands.
Can I respond? Can I respond? Can you hear me?
We do hear you, Prof, so maybe you should just respond.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes, Prof, we can hear you.
Okay. I think the argument is that co-production is a natural activity. People participate in co-production without knowing. So now that gives an advantage for us to now deliberately adopt co-production in infrastructure provision. Now, in one way or the other, people contribute. People contribute in one way or the other. Now, if we look at most of the slums community, for example, they contribute to infrastructure unknowingly. Some maybe some people will come together and provide electricity poles to reach their neighborhoods. Some will provide water network in order to reach their homes. And some traditionally, this will be the functions of the state. Unfortunately, people have to do it by themselves. So whether people know or not, whether they accept or not, at one point or the other, co-production is taking place. I think that's the argument about the fact that co-production is inevitable. So, but generally, as it is now, it is even more imperative now. Co-production is more imperative now. If you look at the deficit in infrastructure in our neighborhoods, then we will know that it is inevitable at this particular moment.
Thank you, Prof, for clarifying that. I certainly hope that clarifies some of the questions that our colleagues may have had as well. Let me just open into the chat to see if we do have any questions from our colleagues.
Okay.
Okay, colleagues, I think we have one question from our colleague. Their question as Professor Sunusi, especially in terms of the strategies implemented in order to ensure that all people's views are respected and valued in the joint planning, implementation, and delivery. Professor Sunusi? Okay. Okay, Professor Sunusi has unfortunately dropped off the meeting. I think he's also facing some technical difficulties, but I see Banele Ngosi has been unmuted. Banele, would you like to pose a question to Professor Sunusi?
No. The question was very clear. I like the presentation. No question at all.
Thank you, Banele. I think we may now proceed to our final speaker, which is Yvonne. We have saved the best for last. Now, okay, thank you, Chair. 1 second. Okay, thank you, colleagues. Our last speaker is Yvonne Ofusu Kwake. She is a professional planner with extensive experience in planning matters in provincial government and in private practice. Her interests lie in development of sustainable planning policies for African cities, towns, and matters relating to the informal economy. She currently is employed by KZN Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in Municipal LED Support Unit. Yvonne, over to you. Thank you so much for your patience.
Okay. I'm not sure if it's the best, but yeah, I'm just going to share my thoughts. Thank you everyone for staying until now. My name is Yvonne Ofusu-Kwake. I work with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in the Municipal LED Support Unit. So my presentation is just a few thoughts and also just to share some of the experiences that we have in the LED space and in relation to participation. It's probably something that you know, but I hope there are going to be some pointers that you'll probably want to think about and see how best the subject matter relates to what we do in our day-to-day lives. Okay. So just going to skip that one. So basically we're looking at inclusive economic development, what really that is. So we know by now that it's collective action. It's also dependent on a number of prerequisites and conditions in order to be successful. And then we have a public participation, which is one of the important aspects that we need to consider if we wish to achieve inclusive local economic development. And my view is that often as the public sector, we sort of, take it for granted, gloss over it, and then move on. And clearly, we've seen the failure of a lot of our programs and our projects in that regard. And then the last thing is, could co-production be a better participatory approach for better outcomes in local economic development? Okay. So we all are looking to see inclusivity in the economy. I mean, my colleagues have spoken about the informal sector and their role in the economy and so forth, but really, are we getting to that? Or we are just sort of scratching the surface, hoping that one day things will probably get better, So if we talk about an inclusive economy, we are looking at creating more sustainable and inclusive societies aimed at including all members of society in the growth process itself. So it's not about we make money elsewhere and then we try and distribute it and everybody has a share of it, but to mainly get everybody involved in it so that once we reap the benefits, everybody feels that they were a part of that. Then we look at opening up economic opportunities to underserved social groups. I think in our space, we talk about, we have what we call priority groups, women, youth, people with disabilities, and I think military veterans as well. Then it looks at the participation of people in both economic, political, and social institutions. I think over the last few days, we've exercised our participation in the political space, but what about the economic and the social? Are we doing enough in that regard? Okay, so looking at the inclusive economy, it says that there are prerequisites that we need to have in place. So it requires strong civil societies, political decision-making processes that are democratized, and not just people voting by the numbers, but making sure that everybody has something to say and how we actually incorporate what they say into our decision-making. It has to have access to those who need it the most, and also we need to identify the structural causes of inequality. Unless we know that, we wouldn't know what we wish to do and what expected outcomes we want to see. And then it says that we also need concrete policy measures. Okay, so I'm going to go to a few of the challenges that we experience and how it's impacting on us achieving inclusive local economic development. So clearly we know that there's a lack of political will. And one of the things that I can pick on is when we look at our LED strategies, you see that all the other sectors have quite substantial budgets, but when it comes to LED, you see very little budget, and it's almost like a lot of the municipalities are depending on some government grants to do LED. Meanwhile, we see LED as what will actually change the quality of life. Yes, we have the supporting stuff like infrastructure, cabin red tape and all of that. But for people to get jobs and so that their lives can be changed, we need to make sure that we are putting enough resources into local economic development. Then there's also poor participation mechanisms that we use. There's also a lack of social trust. I think over the years, we've seen that the protests for service delivery and so forth. Lack of adequate funding, obviously. Then also policy incoherence. So you have different policies and legislation floating around the place, and they all need to be able to work together to achieve a common goal. Yet you see that one legislation actually almost stifles the other. So we are not achieving we are not achieving that coherence that we need to see in order to see inclusive local economic development. Then also there's a difficulty in determining who the real stakeholders are. I mean, many times you engage people and you later realize that no, these weren't the people who needed to actually input into the process. Then compliance is always a priority. So we put compliance over all the other things that we need to do. And then our lengthy administrative processes. I've been fortunate to work in the space of red tape, even though we haven't made much progress in that, but we can clearly pinpoint some of the areas in our administrative processes that are actually stifling to local economic development. So the definition from the National Framework for Local Economic Development says that LED is an adaptive and responsive process by which government, the public sector entities and so forth work collectively. So they see them as partners and they need to work collectively to create better conditions for innovation-driven, inclusive economic development. And once that has been done, we'll definitely see some knowledge transfer happening, some competence building for those who didn't have it previously, obviously employment generation, capacity development, investment attraction, and so forth. And all this need to come together to improve the economic future and the quality of life of people. Okay. So in breaking it down, so it means that there's a process. So the process has to be adaptive, it has to be responsive, there has to be partnership. The expected outcomes, we're looking at knowledge transfer, the competency building, and so forth. And then the vision, which is the improved economic future and improved quality of life. So until we see the vision coming to fruition, all the others really don't matter because they are all sort of a means to the end. And then quickly look at public participation in South Africa. So look at the legislation and so forth. It says it's a process by which the institutions, which is the parliament, provincial legislatures and local government consult with the people. So even this definition, you can see something wrong there. The word consult, and then it says especially interested and affected individuals. Yes, we want that, but what about the other people who have a role to play, not necessarily interested, but they have something to contribute towards the process. It talks about organizations and government entities before making decisions. Yes. Then there are a lot of sort of terminologies around that: community involvement, engagement, public consultation, citizen participation, political participation. So depending on which one suits a particular process, we probably just coin whatever we want to use for that. Then in defining public participation, first it says that it's a fundamental dimension of democracy, and it's there to strengthen and mature our democracies. Okay, it's two-way communication, it's collaborative problem-solving mechanism, and it's representative in order to achieve more acceptable decisions. So decisions that will be less, would have less sort of restraint, you know, or decisions that a majority of the people would accept. Then it says that it's also an essential tool for soliciting the views of communities. Okay, but I don't think it ends there. Yes, we can solicit their views, but if we do not make it something that is sort of essential information that can feed into the decision-making processes, then we lose the essence of the tool. And obviously is to minimize or avoid unnecessary conflict. So, I mean, I had to pull back from some of my, you know, planning theory stuff, and I remembered participatory planning, you know, which talks about how, I mean, we use either participation or consultation, whatever the model or the tool is, to harness the specific competencies and input of human communities, leaders, and so forth. So when you look at the two, I would prefer to probably go towards participatory planning rather than collaborative planning. Yes, it feeds into that, but the definition that the participatory planning gives is more sort of assuring rather than just going for what is collaborative. Okay. Then we have the legal framework, obviously the constitution, the role of provincial government. We need to make sure that our processes are through democracy, they provide accountability, transparency, and obviously public involvement. Then local government also has a role to play in terms of the constitution as well, which is spelled out clearly. And where it says to encourage the involvement. So how do we encourage communities and community organizations and any other stakeholder, you know, to participate in the affairs of government and their affairs as well? Because when we talk local economic development, it's their affair as well. It's not just for government. You know, government is there to make the policies and to give some direction, but they all have a role to play and they are all sort of stakeholders in that space. Then within the public administration, we also have our own prescript from the Constitution that says that people's needs must be responded to and the public must be encouraged to participate. But what do you do to encourage people to participate? Yeah. Then obviously the Municipal Systems Act is very clear in Chapter 4, where it talks about community participation and how municipalities need to have mechanisms, processes, and procedures for participation. That's where I think co-production fits in. So co-production for me, it's one of the ways. There may be other ways, but it's one of the ways that we can use or adopt as a mechanism. Obviously, it would not apply to all the areas. It also, in terms of scale of the policies or the strategies that we are looking at, but clearly it gives them some direction. In section 16.1 I, it talks about the preparation, implementation, and the review of our integrated development plans. But over the years, all we see is the imbizos that happen. I mean, yes, somebody just crafts the document, there's a PSC, there isn't really some participation happening, and then the imbizo happens, and people who didn't even know about the IDP are being called to say, okay, this is the IDP, and this is what is going to be done for you, and so forth. So it looks like the legislation is quite clear, but the policy that governs public participation in local government and even in provincial government is very narrow, and it's not looking at options that will make this participation that we talk about better. Okay, so I came across this as well. Some article from this Southern African Catholic Bishops Conference, and there was something that caught my attention. It talks about invited space, which is actually based on the Constitution and the right to participate. And then the invented space, where it says is the informal, non-legislative space created by citizens to protest against local government inadequacies. But then it comes and says, okay, if this is the case, then maybe we need to start looking at network spaces as a solution. So where it defines network spaces as the middle ground between the invited space and the invented space, with the ability to provide a platform for shared and integrated planning, implementation, and learning. So you can see that it's actually moving towards what we are talking about today, which is actually co-production. So it's not just legal or legislative, but there's also the space that we do not consider. But if we are able to bring those two together, we'll find that middle ground to make sure that our participation, or whatever we want to call it, will be more successful at least. Okay. Then I looked at what we call the LED forums. I mean, I say it's dying because a lot of municipalities are struggling to even, have these forums in place, let alone get them to function well. And from some of the discussions we've had with municipalities and businesses and other people, some of the complaints that came was that the time slot is often not suitable for stakeholders to meet. Businesses have particular times where they need to really work, especially if you take, let's say, a retail, wholesale, and if you schedule a meeting when it's their peak time, they are likely to attend. Then also communication of the meeting times is often short notice. Information that is shared at these forums are often sometimes not even relevant to the audience that is there. It's often just an information sharing session and not necessarily a session where municipalities or local government is prepared to listen to views and see how those views impact on their strategies. Then also there's the lack of forward and backward feedback. So in cases where maybe feedback or inputs have been made into a strategy or a plan, nobody goes back to say that, okay, this is what you said, this is how it's been incorporated into the strategy, and this is how it's going to pan out. And when it's been implemented, we don't give feedback to say, okay, your inputs really work to a point, so maybe we may have to sort of tweak it somewhere to make sure that at least we are achieving the vision for which it was made. So I think for co-production, a lot of the speakers have defined what co-production is over the course of the day. So I'm not really going to go through that, but clearly it's recognizing people as assets, building on people's capabilities. It's developing two-way reciprocal relationships, so partnerships, and not just partnerships, substantial partnerships, partnerships with depth, that can be relevant to the cause that we are fighting for, and encouraging peer support. So amongst even the partners, how they support each other in the process. And then through that, we are able to blur the boundaries between delivering and receiving services and doing facilitation rather than delivering, So even as we move on, we look at the cycle of co-production. The process principles has to be inclusive, collaborative, has to be flexible. Then we look at identifying the actors and building substantial partnerships, co-explore needed, it says co-development solutions, co-deliver solutions, evaluate, and it goes, back to the cycle again. Then it has to be decision-driven, process-based, and time managed as well, because we have limited resources, limited time, and so forth. People are screaming for service delivery, so we also don't have the luxury of time to go through the process. But how do we use it such that it can still be of benefit to us? Then the values and behaviors that are required, it says ownership and understanding and support of co-production for all. So people need to take ownership, they need to understand it, they need to be able to support the process. The culture of openness and honesty. That one, I think it needs a question mark, but the reality is that we are often not open and honest about what it is and what needs to be done. It's ticking the boxes and moving on. Then the commitment of sharing power and decisions with citizens. I mean, when we say power sharing, I mean, I think about a lot of other African countries where political parties need to share power, but it may be a good thing in terms of co-production, so that power is not skewed and one person or one stakeholder has more power than the other. There's definitely going to be an imbalance in that regard. Then clear communication. So the method of communication or the mode of communication, how we communicate in terms of even language and so forth, need to be clear. And then the culture in which people are valued and respected. So if we are going to use co-production, then we need to be able to sort of look at these values and behaviors that make it possible. If we do not do that, then even the efforts of co-production will eventually fail. Okay, so I asked myself the question, is public participation synonymous to co-production? I don't know the answer, but just to demonstrate something, even in terms of participate. So are we talking about participation or just we need to co-produce? Okay, so when we say consult, maybe in co-production, we'll say we need to think, plan, and implement together. And if participation is legally driven, maybe co-production is legally and policy flexible and innovative, And then even terminology, where we call our communities beneficiaries, maybe we need to start looking at them as partners or actors in the development space. So those are some of the things that we need to sort of consider. So I was saying that if co-production is an option, then we need to adopt it as a model in the public participation framework that we have. It has to be more principle-based rather than legally based. Not to say that we abandon the legal, but we need to be able to marry the two and at any point in time, see which one has to take precedence without necessarily breaking the law, And then we also need to build and strengthen social trust amongst partners. Many times we don't trust each other. It's unspoken, So we need, if we are going to enter into co-production, then we need to make sure that we are strengthening this aspect. And then also reviewing our existing terminology so that people don't feel that I'm being downgraded or I'm just on the receiving end, but I'm part of the process that is being built, to achieve a particular goal. So some of the conclusions that I have. So I said economic transformation is nearly impossible within the current framework on public participation. And I think it's clear from some of the thoughts that I've shared. Co-production requires fundamental transformation of both knowledge and governance towards more critical, inclusive, and reflexive practices. So we need to be able to reflect, we need to be flexible, we need to be inclusive, whatever inclusive means to us, we need to be able to sort of internalize it and then make sure that we are practicing it, and also co-production should be applied in context. If it doesn't fit the context, we don't need to force it. Okay, it could be time consuming. So if we have the luxury of time, why not? If we do not, how do we tailor it such that we can still use it to achieve what we want to achieve? And also, for me, it doesn't necessarily guarantee totally successful outcomes. So I'm not saying that it's the thing to use or it's the perfect model, but also we shouldn't have the expectation that because I'm using co-production, I'm going to have very successful outcomes. Then the public sector has a responsibility to formulate legislation and policies which are adaptive, which are responsive, which are innovative, so that at least it gives us flexibility and leeway when we use one model, it's not working. We know that we have something else to fall back on, or look at hybrids. Often none of the models that we have are actually absolute. So how do we embrace the mixture of models to make sure that we are achieving inclusive local economic development? Then the review, obviously, of the public participation policies in the public sector. I'm sure if we had to pull out some of our public participation policies from local government, we'll see that they still lack in some aspects. And then inclusive local economic development is more of a process than an outcome. So if we get the process right, then we know that at least we are moving towards the outcome that we desire to see. If not, then it's just going to fall flat on the face, and all the work that we put in will actually go to waste. So those are a few thoughts that I had, which I thought I would share today, and see what the thoughts of the participants do. On that note, I'd like to end here. Thank you.
Yvonne, thank you so much. And as we invite some questions, rather, sorry, Yvonne, thank you so much for your presentation and your input on the subject matter. And as we invite questions from our colleagues, I think it's particularly important to us in the South African context that you brought to the fore the importance of alignment, especially when it comes to our various spheres of government and the importance of us not undermining our constitution. Another very crucial thing home, or should take home, is the need to strengthen trust and rethink our terminology when it comes to public participation. You noted a very important point here in saying that in public participation, we shouldn't consult or have beneficiaries. It starts with the terminology and our understanding of community involvement. And this interpretation can undermine the democracy if it isn't used correctly. Another very pertinent point which you brought is the subject of co-production being a bridge between invited spaces and invented spaces. And this is a concept which I believe many of us aren't familiar with, which we need to acquaint ourselves with, to interrogate what network spaces are and how we can begin to work and build on these network spaces by merging rather the invited spaces as well as the invented spaces, which you so beautifully unpacked for us in your presentation. And again, while we invite hands, we are seeing throughout the speakers, we're seeing recurring themes, recurring words, which really are the crux of co-production where economic development is concerned. And some of these, just to repeat them, or rather to emphasize on these, are human capital being assets and being seen as assets, and everyone's coming to the table and bringing in value into the process. We also looked at relationships, and not just relationships, but crucial, meaningful relationships and partnerships, collaboration and co-production being a flexible process. Colleagues, I'm going through the chat as I speak, and I'm not seeing any questions, and I'm inviting questions even from the other speakers before we move on to the closing remarks by the speakers. And just briefly, okay, colleagues, there don't seem to be any questions. It's a very tough crowd we're working with today, but I believe that there are no questions because the presentations are just so comprehensive and so full, and everything that all the knowledge and information that we do require has been packaged in such a way that we wouldn't need any further interpretation or unpacking of these topics. So without delaying the process any further, I will invite discussions, or rather closing remarks from our presenters, from the speakers, just to summarize their presentations, their views, their understanding of the topic, and really just round it up for us and discuss economic development where co-production is concerned. Karen, I think I will start with you. If you have any closing remarks or any comments that you have that have emanated from the discussion from your presentation as well as the other speakers' presentations.
Thanks, Sinazo. So from my side, just to thank you for this opportunity of convening the session. I think it's a really topical discussion. And I think from both the sort of Nigerian example that was discussed, as well as a South African, we can see that the urban development challenges we are facing are so enormous, are so pressing, that co-production has to be regarded as part of the way we work to try and unlock these challenges. It's not a nice to have, but it really is a fundamental part of engaging with communities, engaging with stakeholders, to say how can we move forward within our different contexts and within our different cities. So I think that what's also nice is that what we heard from COGTA was kind of the policy frame is there, it's in place to enable it, but it's really those practical experiences of getting on the ground, actually testing it, sharing information, not being afraid to engage, not sort of assuming that communities will resist engagement, or they are so frustrated by non-delivery that they will cut off engagement with government, but rather sort of going out there with real goodwill and real intent to go and partner and to co-produce solutions together. So thanks so much.
Thank you so much for that. I think we'll move on to our next speaker. I'm not sure if Professor Sanusi has been able to join us. He was having some technical difficulties. Okay, but while we wait for him, is Professor Ioane Celius still on this meeting with us? Okay. Oh, yes, perfect. Professor has unfortunately dropped off the meeting as well. We are trying to reconnect them. So I will invite Ugomoto Tolamo to wrap up some of her closing remarks. Apologies for that delay, colleagues. We are experiencing load shedding at different levels within eThekwini and within the country as a whole. So we are trying to reconnect some of our colleagues who have dropped off the meeting and have just noted that in the chat. So I'll invite yourself, Yvonne, for some closing remarks.
Hey, thanks, Nazo. I think for me, it's critical that we look at how we do public participation as the public sector, or as government, if I may put it, right from the national level to local government, because it is clear. privileged to see how some projects have actually failed, or even succeeded, because we run a number of projects through the small town rehabilitation program, where we fund projects in local government. So even from our side, you realize that the project comes for funding, it's considered for funding, and we are not even sure how that project got to be selected, but then we just take the business plan for what it is, give monies, and then down the line, we realize that there are a whole lot of things that are lacking, so now we have to go and, step in and assist a municipality to now prepare operational plans and so forth. But if we really know what we want to achieve with a particular project, I believe that all those things should have been done prior to even the funding coming in to implement that particular project. So we need to look at ways of engaging, getting people to get involved, because when you take LED, I mean, local economic development, we are talking about the people within your locality. So are we not doing what we need to do, or by us not doing what we need to do in terms of getting them to participate in the process of selection until it's implemented? It's almost like we are saying we are setting you up for failure. So I think it's an area that we need to rethink when we start to write our public participation policies, and see what models we can build into them and use them accordingly within context, so that we also do not fail in that regard. So I think those are probably my parting shots. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. And I'm sorry to bring you back, but I noted also during your presentation that you mentioned some stumbling blocks being a lack of political will. We had touched on this very briefly and with one of our first speakers, I think it was Professor Ioane Celius, if I'm not mistaken. But could you share with us some of the challenges and strategies you've adopted in overcoming these challenges? Because I know from experience in the public sector, a lack of political will can stifle development or hold back certain processes. So if you'd like to please weigh in on that and share some of the learnings that you've had.
Okay, so we have sort of maybe different types of projects that we fund. And you realize that the ones which are more successful are the ones where you have, the municipal administration, working collectively. So it's not a matter of this is an infrastructure project, this is LED, purely LED, this is planning. So where we've had success, you realize that there's that sort of working together of the council and the production staff, if I may say so, but where it's almost like the thing is compartmentalized. So, it's LED, so that's LED's responsibility. Some of them actually, we have more failures in those ones than where we've had the municipal manager stepping in, we've had councillors stepping in, and so forth. And also not because, province is the one giving the funding. It's because it's something that is needed and they know that it will make an impact. So even as government or provincial government or national government, it's not about we have the money, take it and use it, but it's about also getting involved in the process, to make sure that those funds will be put to good use. I think we've been bashed many times for funding projects that have become white elephants, and that I agree, but it looks like we need to also change our ways in how we even support our municipalities when it comes to grant funding and other funding sources for LED.
Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you for that. Our other speakers are still battling to join in. So we will just request that they share their presentations with the team. And if any of the participants in this meeting would like to pose further questions to them regarding their presentations, then you can liaise with them directly with the permission of the speakers, of course. So we've come down to our last session for today, and I will now be handing over to my colleague, Anel Ngomonde, who's going to be doing the summary and closing of today's session. Thank you so much to our speakers for the informative session, for sharing the knowledge with us, and for planting so many seeds, which we can now take back to our various organizations and start to rethink, to implement, and to really just structure the way in which we have incorporated co-production into our plan making. So I'll now hand over to Anele. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you, Snazo. I'll just do a brief summary of all our speakers that we've had today. We had a very interesting engagement this afternoon, and I'm sure that everybody has gained a lot from this breakaway session. So our first speaker spoke about transdisciplinary approaches towards sustainability, and reminding us that spatial planning considers both the people and how we use spaces. And they reminded us that with the growing population due to urbanization and the statistics that show us that 3 babies are born every 3 seconds, it is now important for the structural transformation to keep up with this growing population. She also highlighted the need for green spaces. Also that when communities are involved in planning, they have noted that communities would actually prioritize green spaces, and you would find requests for child-friendly spaces, open fields, and community gardens. Our second speaker spoke to learning from the informal sector. The informal sector plays a very key role in supporting the city. There are multiple informal sector, and muting the informal sector undermines economic development within the African context. And she also reminded us that we have the right ingredients for inclusive production or inclusive planning, which includes that our policies and the laws that we do have in place consider people and their interests and their needs. However, our main issue is with implementation. The key issues that are important for us to build trust and thus improving impact would be to encourage coordination, to improve communication and transparency within communities that we influence, and also to create an enabling environment for people to engage in participatory planning. And I think Yvonne also touched on this, that sometimes you'd find that the communities would be interested in being part of co-production. However, the time of the meeting is inconvenient. The location of the meeting, the language that's being used is a jargon that people cannot understand. So those are hindrances to effective public participation or co-production. Our third speaker spoke to co-production within township economic development, where township pilots were conducted. And she spoke about the multiple stakeholders that were involved, including the municipality, the residents, other spheres of government, and public and private societies. And she stated that if these parties were to work together in order for co-production to be successful, it is essential for these parties to work together. And also, she spoke about how knowledge sharing ensures that the outcome is one that all parties are happy with. And also that they found that in these pilots that stakeholders are willing to participate. So it's not an unwillingness that is the issue. It is that hindrances and that are there and past experiences that make people not interested in participating at times. And also there's distrust within communities. And however, it was also found that even though there is some distrust within communities, but because people want to see change within their communities, they still engage in participating in projects. Our fourth speaker spoke to rethinking co-production in urban infrastructure provision for inclusive cities, and he stated that there is pressure on existing infrastructure due to urbanism across the world, therefore leading to a decline in capacity of the states. So he also mentioned that co-production incorporates expertise from people who will use the service, unlike top-down planning, whereby development is imposed on people, whereby they don't have a sense of ownership of projects. So with co-production, you would find that people would have, they would support the development because they would have a sense of ownership with the development. He also spoke about co-production is very dynamic and all sectors of the community should be involved in it because the end product will belong to the community. Our fifth speaker, Yvonne, just spoke about dismantling public participation towards co-production in the public sector. So she also spoke about the hindrances of inclusive local economic development include lack of political will, poor involvement, lack of social trust, and inadequate funding. So public participation in South Africa, there is an issue of our terminology that is used. That's what she highlighted because our primary focus is with consulting. So in that word consulting, it gives you the impression that you are just going to get information from people and then you will proceed with your project. So we need more inclusive or more collaborative problem solving with the communities, whereby they're not just consulted, however, they are part of the project from the inception to the conclusion of the project. She also looked at the differentiation between collaborative planning and participatory planning. So, and she also highlighted that there is a framework for participatory planning in South Africa. However, it's very narrow and it doesn't look at how participation could be better. And she looked at the concept of invited spaces and inventing spaces and how network spaces are in between these two, whereby there is integral planning and implementation, and also there is learning. Colleagues, that is the end of my summary of our presentations that we had today. And I'm sure I've missed out on a lot of key points that you might have noted. However, there will be a summary of all four of our breakaway rooms, because we had 4 breakaway rooms with this webinar. And in the morning tomorrow at 9 o'clock, our webinar will continue and you will get a very in-depth summary of all the breakaway rooms, what happened there, and what are the key concepts that have been captured by our different speakers. So I invite you to please join us at 9 o'clock tomorrow. We will get all that very vital information. I thank you, colleagues, for being part of our breakaway room, and I wish you all a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.